Yo, we are live. For another development session. For my action-packed action game. So, let's get to it. So last time we developed the kill feed for... Oh yeah, I need to actually change the name of the stream because... Yo! Viking... Yo, Joe! What's up, man? How you doing, man? It's been like nearly a decade. Yeah, man. Heck yeah. Gosh. I was not expecting to see you at all. Are you still in Lynchburg? Boy said he's like a ninja. Gosh, man. Sheesh. Yo, this is a huge it's a huge surprise. You definitely got me off guard. My man. North Carolina. Heck yeah. Got a house. The boy said I'm settled. I'm settled in. I'm a father. Gosh. Hey, congratulations, Joe. Congratulations, my man. Heck yeah. I'm glad life is going well for you and Tabby. Sheesh, man. I'm just out here trying to be successful myself, you know, trying to break free from the matrix by doing something different. So just started a software development and just working on a game. I've been working on it for like 2 years. Well, no, this is the second year. So other than that, I've just been AWOL, you know, not doing much, staying low key until I have something to show the world, because I'm not happy with where I'm at. You know, unlike you, I don't have a family, so I'm pretty single. I'm the same dude that you met at Liberty. Just love skateboarding, martial arts, and video games. No ties yet. Yeah, red pill. My man Joe. Ah, gosh. Yo, thanks for stopping by, man. You really that's an uplifting action that you did, because I was not feeling like getting on, and I didn't want to develop at all today. So I'm happy you stopped by, man. Just brought up my mood, like legitimately. Thanks a lot, bro. Yeah, yeah, everything you're seeing, I made this it's been like a year. So like everything just the movement and combat is I coded it, and it still needs it still needs a lot of work, but it works, you know. It's like a so like I coded the I don't know if you read any like programming languages, but in C++, I developed like everything that you're seeing, and I could take you like to what I've been really working on for the year. So like what you're seeing right here, like it's just like this is where I work on like the combat, but like the past year I've been working on the movement of the game, which is like parkour based. Oh, my computer is stuttering. So like right, so like right here, all this movement, these are like the obstacles that I plan on having in the game, right? And I don't know, my computer keeps stuttering. I think having four players on the screen is it's taking a toll on the computer. If you see it stuttering, that's why. So it's like just a lot of movement, you know. It took a long time to develop this and get it ready for multiplayer. So yeah, yeah. I mean, I wasn't planning on learning software development either. It just happened like unexpectedly. After I started like working within Unreal Engine and learning like game development, I just got into like programming using like the scripting language within Unreal Engine, and I just wanted to learn like the professional way to do it, which is using C++, right? So that's how I learned C++. Yeah, there's a crouch. I didn't implement prone yet. Yeah, I'll show it to you. Let me get down from here. So yeah, there's I can crouch, but I can't prone yet. And when I have my weapon equipped, I didn't implement crouching yet, so I can't crouch with my weapon equipped, and I can't prone with my weapon equipped. But those are easy to implement, so I'm not really working on that right now. I'm just working on like the combat system. So like just the shooting and the health, making sure everything's like replicated for network, for the energy for the internet, right? So like I just yesterday or 2 days ago I was working on just these notifications that you see right here, and the one that you see on right there in the middle of the screen, right? And I was implementing these weapons, so like different weapon types. let's see, like a rocket launcher. Let's see what else I got. I got the shotgun, rocket launcher, assault rifle, grenade launcher. And oh yeah, the animations are alright. I didn't make the animations. I bought the animations. I bought some of them and I got some shared with me. It would just take too long to make everything like from scratch. You know, like, it takes too long to do all that. So, you know, like I'm mostly just working on coding, like implementing everything, like with the classes and all that right here, right? And I did develop some animations that I'll implement later on, but they just death animations, right? So like headshots, headshot death animations. But yeah, I'm just working on the programming for the most part, because working on animations. Oh, and the characters are my own, right? So just programming animations and environments, and everything else I'm buying, and implementing it. So it's already a lot of work. Mocap. Yeah, so like this is mocap right here. Like these animations are mocap captured by professionals, and I got a pack of animations for the combat system, and it's just to save time because I really want to release this soon, you know. How is the combat collision? There's some bugs with the collisions. Like if you like, yeah, I'll show it to you. Like if I kill this, you see how the leg right here is like off the ground, right? That's because of the gun. Like after the player dies and like they drop their guns, there's like I need to work on the collisions with the weapons, because like when I aim, you see like let me see. Well, it's not doing it now, but oh yes it is. Well, sometimes like when I'm shooting, like you see the bullet is like hitting over here when I'm shooting down here. That's because of the collisions of the guns is interfering with my crosshairs. And see, I'm shooting the character right now and it's not taking any damage. That's because of the collisions. So it's a bug I got. This is the main bug that I gotta resolve. But other than that, the collisions are pretty good. I'm not really struggling too much with collisions. What I was struggling with is actually I'm not really struggling with anything, honestly. It's just game development in general is kind of stressful because there's infinite bugs and sometimes you just don't know what to look for. So I'm always praying for wisdom, bro. Keep me in your prayers, because this thing makes seriously can be daunting and overwhelming. Can't you set the guns to drop slightly away from the character? Outside of, yeah, I thought about that, like having them like explode kind of like outwards, like when you die, like so they're not close to the character. Yeah, I thought about that, but that still wouldn't solve the problem with the collisions, because even like if someone else comes over here, right, and now they're looking at the guns to which one they want to pick up, and then like another player comes out of nowhere and they start fighting, then this player that's shooting at this guy is not gonna get his hits when he's shooting, because this guy is protected by the collisions of the guns, right? So even if the weapons do like explode away from the character that was holding them, if someone else comes by and is looking at them to see which one they want to pick up, you know, that's a problem. It brings a problem. See? So, heck yeah, dude. Uh, yeah, that would be great. I'm actually gonna have a play test by the end of next month, because I think it's a good time to have a play test once I finish implementing like headshots, and I'm pretty much done with the combat. What's next is just bug fixing, right? So after I implement like the shotgun reloading and like just a few other things like the sniper scope and, you know, just some minor things, then just fixing some bugs and implementing the rest of the HUD, and then I can have some play tests, which is just a basic play test, just for the combat, which is just players running around killing each other, like no score, no nothing. And while that's going on, I can gather feedback while I'm working on like a dedicated server and the maps, the environments, and the game modes, right? Because like I have this like nice pack. If I show it to you, it's like a nice HUD system, right? So like this is the vision, right? Like I want it, it's an online game, so like I want like friends and all that, and no challenges. It's gonna be sick. And this is like, so this is the next like step when I'm working on the dedicated server to get this set up. And I'm assuming that's gonna take around like 3 months. So the game's coming along well, man, but try and make the guns hover instead of lay on the ground. That might help with collision, because it appears like the characters are stepping out of like it's part of the environment. Yeah, well, they're hovering like by default. They're hovering. Like I can add like rotations and stuff and have them like move. But once you drop them, like once you kill a character and the character like drops the gun, then it like falls completely on the ground, right? So, cause I want the physics to take control of like the guns, right? Like see how the grenades are rolling and the flashbang is rolling. So I'll figure out the collisions, because in my prototype I figured it out. So you see how the gun on the right side of the screen like is tripping out because of the collisions, right? It's tripping because of the collisions. So I'll definitely figure it out. But it doesn't do it. Wait, does it? It doesn't do it over here because the collisions aren't enabled, right? So it's like, it's just a problem with like right here. Something small. Let me see if I can. It's because that character is literally trying to stand on the gun. Yeah. Well, it's not, the character isn't trying to stand on the gun. It's like there's a problem with it's. Let me show it to you. So like the guns have these areas, these spheres, right? That's how like they have these spheres that when you overlap with them, like it lets the server know that you're like interacting with a gun, and then when you press the equip button, the server now knows that you want to pick that gun up. So the character is interacting with the character is like trying to stay on top of this it's trying to stand on top of the sphere, and that's because of the I can show it to you real quick. I have like a it's called like an IK system for the feet, for the legs, so that let me pull up the animation real quick. So like I have an IK system for the legs of the characters, so that like if you're standing like on a slope or something, like if I stand right here, you see like the leg, let me see. See how like one leg is on the ground and one's on the stair? So like it detects like slopes. Maybe an even better example would be like over here. So like right here, see like one leg is on the ground and one's on the slope, right? Well, they're both on the ground, but one's on the lower level, one's on the incline. And that's because of like right here, I have this set up to like to use IK. So I'm pretty sure if I don't use the IK right here, then I'm assuming that the weapons won't, like the problem will be resolved, right? Because I turn off the IK. At least for the character standing in the air. But the crosshairs is not going to be resolved. You see? Now the leg isn't like moving or anything. This character can like go right here and it's not standing in the air. But that doesn't solve the problem with the crosshair, really. See? So it's these spheres that's causing the problem. That it's interacting with the line traces that I'm probably confusing you, man. When the characters die, you can make the dropped weapon sphere a semi-sphere. When the characters die, can you make the dropped weapons sphere a semi-sphere? Like it's cut in half? That might help instead of having a full sphere collision. I understand what you're saying, but what happens if like it drops, right? And like the sphere, the side of the sphere that you're talking about is in the ground. So like it's inside of the ground, right? So like let's say the bottom half is the side that when the weapon drops, like because the physics is enabled, right? So let's say it drops like this and then it goes down like that. Now the bottom half is on the ground and I can't interact with it because this top half won't be usable, right? If it's only half, there's a possibility that half of it can fall inside of the earth, and that the half of it that falls inside of the earth is the one that is the part that I need to like to have the characters interact with the weapon and pick it up. So that would work, but in this instance it won't work too well. If the weapons were hovering, that would work, but I want the game to be kind of realistic, so I don't want the weapons hovering in the air. But you know, this is game development, man. Like there's always gonna be some sort of bug, you know, that you have to resolve. So I'm in it for the ride, you know. It's fun, but man, it gets It's like another world of problems. You been playing any new games though, man?
That makes total sense. With physics, can you make it to where the sphere works fluid with how the physics engine runs? Half the sphere underground and half above the ground? Can you make it to where the sphere works fluid with how the physics engine runs? With half the sphere underground, half above the ground?
Not sure. Well, I don't think I quite understand what you're asking. I wouldn't want any part of the sphere to be under the ground, but that's how, that's just how it is. Like, let's see if I can, hold on. I think I can actually, pretty sure I can make the spheres visible when I'm in the game so we can look at it. I think I might be able to understand what you're saying if I'm looking at it. So like for rocket launcher, I'm just gonna put like a rocket launcher out here, right? And let me just go to, let's see, so it's not gonna be hidden, so I want to be able to see it, right? So this is the sphere. When I pick it up, I'm gonna pick it up with this character. Now my character's holding it, and then when I'm gonna kill it, I'm gonna kill this character that's holding it with this character. Okay, so now like half of it is like in the ground, right?
And you're saying, can I make it to where the sphere works fluid with how the physics engine runs? With half the sphere underground and half above the ground?
Isn't this, is this, I mean, like, isn't it's already working with the physics engine, right? Because once I drop it, like if I pick it up and then, let me see if I can pick it up. So I picked it up, and then if I kill this character that's holding it, it moves with the weapon, right? So whichever way the weapon's oriented is the same way the sphere is oriented. I think that's what you mean. Like, if I go up here, sorry man, I really want to understand what you're saying, because I mean, it might help. So I want to drop it from like a height. Oops. All right, there we go. So I'm gonna kill this character that's standing on the edge, and I want to look at it. Yeah, it's moving with the weapon. It's already moving with the weapon, right? So, all right, yeah. So it's doing what you're asking, yeah.
I started playing Marvel Rivals. It's an epic game that
Yeah, everyone's been playing Marvel Rivals, man. That's a newer game that came out. I haven't tried it yet. A lot of people like it. I haven't tried it though, so I can't really speak on it. I've watched some like streams, some like gamers stream it, but I wish it, like I like the more hardcore games, like Tom Clancy, games, or SOCOM when it comes to third-person shooters. So I probably will never play Marvel Rivals, to be honest with you.
so it does the sphere where it's literally half above and below. Yeah.
Oh yeah. I already. Yeah. Yeah, man. Yep. So, and I wouldn't want, even if the sphere didn't do that with the weapon. Messing with physics is that's a whole nother level of math that I'm not good at. You know. So the smart guys at Epic Games, they did that, and I don't want to mess with their code because I'll probably break the whole engine on my end. You know.
Can you turn on the sphere for character models? Honestly, what is going on with the sphere and the character collision wise?
Yeah, I have a sphere for the character model. It's right. You probably can't see it because the sphere for the rocket, but I'll do it this way. So there's this sphere. Yeah, I'll make it full screen. There's this sphere that you see. That's the collision for the character. And like it, I set it to like change. So like depending on what I'm doing, right, it'll change sizes. Right. So like right now it's like the size of the character. And right now it's like the size of the character, right? I'm not using this for collisions when I'm like if I'm doing like a parkour action, the collisions is disabled on the sphere, right? But when let's see, I forgot the name of the command. It's one of these, like I'm not sure what. Yikes. I'm trying to show you the physics. Like there's a physics asset. That, let's see, I think this is it right here. Nope, that's not it. I don't know what I'm searching for. There's a collision, there's a physics asset on each character. Oh, there it is. Here it is. See, like each character has like a like. Let me turn off everything else so it just shows that part. See? Now it shows the capsule, and there's like another like layer under the capsule that's attached to like each bone. And that's what my bullet is hitting. Not the capsule itself, but like the part that's moving with the actual character mesh, like the character body. Right? That's what the bullets are hitting, and that's how impact detections are being calculated, right? So like that's how headshots will be calculated. When I hit the head, when I hit the sphere around the head, right? That's how headshots are calculated. And you know, there's parts, like there's a part like for every bone. So yeah, that box that I pulled up, I'm not gonna lie, I don't know what that is. I think that's for, I'm not sure what that is, to be honest with you, Joseph. I actually want to figure out what that's for. I think it was right here. No, it wasn't that one. Was this one it? Nope. Okay, it was this one. Yeah. What is this box for? That's interesting, because I really don't know what this is for, Joe. It says and there's no description next to it either. So it's just like a debug collision. And you're asking
also crazy that, yeah, it's also
yeah, exactly. Well, I didn't make it. Epic made that. The company that made Unreal Engine made it. I'm just using what they made for to work for the game, right? So like Unreal Engine's like it's great, man, for game development. You just have to know what you're looking for. And if you know what you're looking for, then you can pretty much build any game you want. It's just time consuming. Yeah, but this the exoskeleton thing that you're talking about, these physics assets, it's great for detection, right? Bullet detection. So, and actually I want to see like how the characters interact with the weapons when they drop it. So if I I was expecting like this box to like to move on top of the weapon, but it's not happening. Let's see.
I think that shows how your physics engine expands when the character model changes. Like looks at the box. Like look at how the box gets bigger.
When she runs. Yeah, I understand that part, but you see like here, let me turn on the you see the capsule? So that's what when I'm let's see. When I'm walking against like an object like this, it won't let me pass the object because of the capsule. So I'm trying to figure out what exactly the box is like, what's being used, what is it used for, like in game, because the capsule detects other meshes and it detects like when there's an obstacle, right? That's what this capsule detects. But what does the box detect? I know it like it looks like it's expanding definitely with the character. So like as the stride of the character gets bigger, the box gets bigger, right? So and then if I do like a slide, I'm sure it's gonna get, yeah, see, it expands with the character, like you said. So I guess it just shows the mesh of the character. It just shows like the whole extent of the character. But as far as I know, like it's not gonna, it doesn't detect like obstacles, because you see it's overlapping with this box right here, with this obstacle, and the sphere is not overlapping with it. So yeah, I'm gonna have to figure out what that box is used for. But actually, I never use these commands. This is the first time I'm really using these commands to like show the collisions. So I want to see, I like to see how the character like All right. So we see like you see the guns even have their own collisions, right? So let's see what happens when I like if I shoot. The crosshairs disappeared. I was hoping to see like what exactly the characters are interacting with, but it doesn't show anything on. Let me see. And then let me bring this character back to life. Yeah, I was hoping to see like what the character's interacting with, but we can't even see unless I turn on the spheres for like the sniper. That's another thing I can do. To this will be the last thing I do to see if we can see what's causing the legs to raise up. So if I turn on collision, all right. So I'm gonna kill these characters and see if they're stepping on the sphere. Yeah, it looks like they're interacting with the sphere. Right.
Maybe the box is trying to preload your character model to make it smoother for the loading. It changes with your character. Best way I know to explain it is the box is basically preloading the animations for whatever action the player takes before the player makes it. Try turning the dead body capsule flat instead of tall when the character dies, because it's up and down instead of horizontal.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, but even the I already turned off the collisions on the capsule. You see, I can walk through it. When the character dies, I turned off the collisions, so it doesn't really matter about the size of the capsule, because I turned it off. Otherwise, like you see this character, I can't walk through this character, but I can walk through this character because I turned off its collisions when it's dead. What I wanted to see is, you see like the leg is moving. Last thing I'm gonna try is I'm just gonna have the character spawn with just a sniper rifle so that I can only see the collisions on that weapon, right? So now when the character dies, we'll only see the collisions on the sniper, how it's interacting with the character. And I don't think I need the box, so I'm gonna kill this character and see. Let me move this character over. Look, it's not even. I don't think it's one of the weapons that's Look. It's not the sniper. It's one of the weapons that's going it, and I don't know which weapon it is. Yeah, the collisions for the guns, it's already disabled. You see? So I just have to figure out which weapon is causing that. And I can go one by one and equip every weapon, right? To see which one's causing it. Like I could try the pistol now and see if the pistol is the one that's causing is the perp. I saw the leg move a little bit when the character died. I think it's because of all the weapons together are. I think there's too many weapons on the character. Like I'm standing on top of the pistol right here, and there's nothing. I see the character move a little bit. I think what it is, I think it's the grenades, man. I think the grenades are doing it. I'm gonna try it real quick. Let's try the grenades. I think it's a smoke grenade. Yeah.
Like turn off the collision of the yellow. Yeah.
I think it depends how many weapons the character's holding. Crap, I can't. All right, let me kill him with this gun right here. And then let me go back over here. Yeah. Look, it's the grenades is causing it a lot. It's pretty evident the grenades is doing it. And I'm not sure why that is. So at least now I know where to look. Because with the other guns it's not that prominent, like, right? And if I just put one grenade, and then crap. The engine froze. I don't know what that is. It froze on one screen. Oh, it's because of I exited out of the screen for a second. All right, let's see. That freezing messed up everything. Let me try this again with one grenade. It's still there a little bit. See, so it's definitely the grenades, because the other weapons don't do it. Like, they aren't that prominent.
Can't you set one grenade to drop and provides characters with two nades?
Are you saying like have the character like hold let me see if I understand what you're saying. Are you saying like right here, like have like the character only have this nade right here, and this one nade actually holds two grenades? So when this drops, there's actually two grenades that it's holding, but it's only one like grenade mesh. Is that what you're saying? Because the character actually has, so like there's a smoke grenade and there's a regular grenade, and I plan on the character on there being more like explosive weapons, so like C4s and claymores. But right now I just have grenades, right? So if I go over here, are you saying that, see, like there's a smoke grenade and there's like a regular grenade? So are you saying like each of them should hold like two of them, but there's only one mesh? Or are you saying like the character should only have like one single grenade, like mesh, and it holds like all the different types of grenades in this one single grenade mesh?
Yes, the one drop providing 2 grenades.
Okay. Yeah, that's what I was gonna do. So like that's how I am gonna implement the grenades. So it's bugging out because of I changed too many settings. So let me just restart. But yeah, that's how I am gonna implement the grenades. So like when the character's gonna take out the grenade that you can see on their body, and they're gonna throw it, but they're not gonna actually throw the one that they take out of their body. Is the one that they're gonna throw is gonna be like it's gonna be generated from the one they're holding, right? And then if they throw the second one, then that's gonna be the last grenade they have, right? Unless they have 4 grenades, which is right. So right now you see they have like 2 grenades, but they're actually holding 4. So each of them will have like 2 grenades each, right? So if they throw one from here, this one will actually generate the one that they're actually throwing, and then if they throw the second one, they'll actually throw this one. Does that answer your question? I think that's what you meant, Joe. So like they equip the grenade, right? And once they throw it, of course they can't throw it now because I didn't implement it. But the grenade is equipped, and they throw it. Once they throw it, they're still gonna have like they're still gonna have it in their hand. So they're still gonna have it in their hand, right? Unless they throw the second one, and then this one's gonna be the one that's like is gonna be gone, right? So if they only throw one, then they'll still have this one left, and they can put it away and get another gun, right? But if they throw the second one, then it's gone. All right, man. Hey, no problem, Joe. Hey, take care, man. Be safe. Thanks for stopping by, Joseph. Heck yeah. Heck yeah. Hey, that's good. Hey, tell Tabby I said hi, man. And tell her I said I'm praying for you and the family. So, yeah. The next step is to. I actually want to polish up the. Like when I kill a character, I want to polish up the kill feed because I don't like that black outline right there that pops up. So I think I want to take that black outline out, like that black border, and just leave the text by itself. And then I think I'll work on like headshots. Heck yeah. Yo, what's up, Tabby? Yeah. Hey Joe, I'm not gonna lie to you, man. It's gonna get the stream's gonna get pretty boring because I'm gonna start coding and might get pretty lame because you won't see a lot of like gameplay like type stuff like right now because I'll be mostly working in the code to implement stuff. So let me get rid of those black borders because I don't like them. I think the first thing is to let me get rid of this one first because right, I'm talking about this black border right here. So I just want it to look like this, right? And when you get a headshot, this will appear. If you don't get a headshot, it will just say eliminated and the player name. Try see-through black for the feed. Try see-through black. Oh, like I see what you're saying. Let's see. I believe you're talking about.
Would you love me if I wasn't beautiful?
This one right here. So you want like the black a little bit transparent? Let's see. I didn't make this UI, so I gotta figure out where the color is. I bought this UI. I just implemented the code to like implement. I implemented the code that changes like all the stuff, but I didn't actually like make the art. And okay, yeah. Pretty sure it's easy. I don't know where to look. Let's see. If I move this up here and I delete this. Alright, it's the feed. Alright, that's the one I need to look for. It's this right here. And oh, I can't change it because it's actually this is the color of the actual like texture. It's not generated in the engine, you see? It's saying it's white right here, but it's really black. So regardless of what I change the color to, unlike the you see right here the player name is yellow and right here is red. I can't change this to black. I can't change the black to anything else because it was made black, right? So there's no way to change it. It's just it's permanently black. I can't make it transparent or anything unless I go into Photoshop, and I don't want to do that because it just, I think it looks pretty ugly. Even if it was transparent, like, just having that like square right there, having like a square right there, just, I think that that doesn't look too good, right? I think I would like to like remove the black totally. And make the text a little bit transparent so that, let's see, I know this is the alpha is like the transparency. I don't want to get like stuck on this small little detail, so I'll just leave it. I'll just remove the black and see, I could change the color and everything. This is transparent, and oh, here it is. So I can make it like a little bit transparent like this. But I don't want to do that for this one. I want to make these transparent. You know, and I want to make this smaller as well. So I think I'll make like reduce it by half, and I think that'll look good. Oh, maybe like 0.7. And then I'll also like make this a lot smaller. Okay, I can't scale it down. So it seems like I have to scale down. Let's see. Let's see if I can scale it down now. Nope. And yeah. Yep, I don't know if I can scale it down anymore. Let's see. Change the size. Oh, yeah, there we go. It was on 16. Let's try 10. And I don't know how this looks. I don't want it to be too big, right? So I think I'll leave it right here and see how this looks like. I'm gonna follow the debug lines. There we go. I think that's kind of too small. Yeah, that's too small. Let's change this to like 15. I'll just leave it at. I'll change it to like 15 or let's try 13. Still want it to be too big because it looks pretty bad. I think 13 looks good. And now the weapon's like overlapping with the name. This weapon's overlapping with this name. Alright, I see. That's why this was here. So let's change this to 13 again. And can I see if I can size this up? Oh, yikes. There we go. So this needs to be 13. And see how this looks. Yeah, I like that. That's big enough. It doesn't need to be too massive. It can be a little bit bigger. I think that's kind of too transparent, but it's alright. I'll just make it a tiny bit bigger and then I'll move on. I don't want to get stuck on. And this has, yeah, I'll just make it like a tiny bit bigger. Let's make this, I think this is pretty good. Looks the same, so I'll just leave it and call it. And for this one, I want this to be as bold as it can be, so I'll leave it the way it is. And we can move it over. Just so it looks like it's in the middle. Yeah, I like that. Alright, let's implement headshots. Okay, so for headshots, I need to go to my projectile class. Right here. And this is where we apply damage. So I think I want to actually create a new function here for applying damage. call this apply damage. And I'm going to let's go to where this is declared. And I'll fully qualify that function by declaring it, and then I'm just gonna copy this line of code in here and paste this up here. And this should only be called on the server. And this actually needs an input parameter. So let's pass this in, and we can call this damaged character. Right, because I'm gonna pass in the damaged character into it. So before that, I need to check this is valid. And then I could use that in here instead of using this, because I'm passing it in. And only if it's valid, we'll go in here and do everything, right? So let's go to the projectile class and see if I'm actually, I should probably have a apply damage function here that's overridden, right? Because all the projectile classes need to apply damage. So I think what I'm gonna do, this is projectile. I'm gonna create an overridden function. And I'm gonna call this, hold on, before I do that, let me check how explosives handles damage. Alright, we're playing radio damage. And okay, so I think it's safe to override this function within the projectile class, and just to keep everything neat. You have an EXP system? Oh no, I didn't begin working on that yet. I'm gonna work on that after I start implementing the dedicated server, right? Because right now I'm just working on the bare bones of combat. EXP and friends and all that, that's gonna come. That's like the last thing I need to implement, basically, with the game modes, like for, like, you know, demolition or team deathmatch and, you know, hostages or whatever. Those are like the last things I need to implement. the the most important right now is just making sure the gameplay is solid, no, and the bugs are minimized, and then all that extra stuff is like last. That's like the polishing, finishing touch for the multiplayer, right? But making sure like the server has like authority over like damaging characters, and so like making sure the characters take damage when they need to take damage, and lagging is taken care of as to the best of my ability. Is so that's like what I'm working on now, right? And then once I start working on dedicated servers and making sure you can connect with your friends and everything, then I'll implement EXP and voice chat and text chat and all that. So it's oh yeah, melee attack. Yeah. Definitely a melee attack. I definitely gotta have one of those. Maybe like a kick or something. I have some like melee attack animations I could use. I have like a, let's see. So I have like some kicks. Let's see if I can find it. I have this one right here. So I could use this one for one, and there's this one, and then like a knife. I have a knife as well, like a knife, and I think those will be the three. So like a kick, a gun hit, and like a knife attack. Yo, I forgot about the emotes, man. I haven't streamed on Twitch in years.
Gosh.
Heck yeah. Yeah, I love those emotes, man. That's why I added them. I love those faces. Yes, sir. You used to stream too, right? If I'm not mistaken.
I feel like your game should have a knife melee for some characters and a kick for others. Like a class-based melee.
That makes sense. Like the bigger characters can do like a kick. And like the smaller characters, like the woman can have like they can have like knives, and so like the bigger males can do kicks, and like and the gun hit, so like they can do like a like a whip with like the pistol or rifle, right? So and then like the bigger males can do the whips as well, but they'll do a kick. But I think all of them would just have like, I think I'll just give them to all of them, because if actually I think what you're saying does kind of make sense. Like you wouldn't want a smaller looking woman like this compared to like the male counterpart, which is, so I have a male character, right? This is just like the hell. So this is the male character. Oh, hold on, I forgot to take off the hair. This is the, and I forgot to change it to there we go. Alright, so this is the male character. And if I could put the woman in here so you can have a comparison of the scale. I don't think. Alright. Okay, I can't drag it out here for whatever reason. So I can't compare it. I have to make like a blueprint and show it to you that way, but I think that'll take too long. Stream very occasionally. I've been trying to do clips and things on socials mostly, but I'm not consistent with it. Should be better with it. Yeah. It's all about consistency. I'm one to talk. I haven't streamed in years, and I just started doing it again. Like 2 weeks ago or a week ago. Because I thought it would help with keeping me accountable with not procrastinating with the development, right? So like, if I'm streaming and I'm making my streams public, I can be held accountable if I don't stream, because the only time recently I've only been developing when I'm streaming, right? Yeah, but this character is a lot taller than the woman, so like having a smaller woman kick a big dude, a taller guy, and knocking him out kind of doesn't look right. And actually, that might, thinking about that, I might not even add you know, the kicks and the pistol whips. Maybe the pistol whips and the assault rifle whips, but not the kick. Because if you get meleeed, I want you to die instantly. You know, especially with a knife. But maybe not. I still have some time to think about it. Heck yeah, Joe. I miss you too, brother. I'm telling you, I've been AWOL. I've been doing nothing but working on this. So streaming has, to help with the burnout, streaming has been helping with keeping me accountable. But now you popped up, so now streaming has helped with my antisocial life. Like, yeah, man. My boy Joe came out of the cut. For real, man. Once everything's settled, man, I'd love to visit you in North Carolina. See what's good. Have you spoken to Will? I haven't spoken to Will in years as well. I'm telling you, I've been AWOL, man. My brother William. I haven't spoken to him in a long time either. So I want to override this, so I can make it public. So let's go to, I want to go to the header file, and let's create a virtual function. So the other classes are going to override from this class. And what I want to do is I go to the character class, I'm going to copy this line of code or this line of notes because I want to keep everything as consistent as I can. So I'm just going to paste that here. And then we know we're overriding it here. Or not here. We know we're overriding it here. Apply damage. So what we can do is call super apply damage. And actually I need to copy this as well. And hold on. This isn't gonna work because hold on, let me turn the music back on. This isn't gonna work because this doesn't take an input parameter. And when I call it, it needs to take, unless I, hold on, let me check if I can do this real quick. Goes null, enter. If I do it this way, it should work. So we'll try this first. Right, and we can copy this in here. And over here. We can copy it in a projectile bullet class. Right here. And over here we can remove this. That's a virtual void. And it's an override. And last but not least, do it right here. And let's go to the declaration. And let's actually remove that right there. And then right here we can paste this and call this a virtual void override.
I talk to Will randomly throughout the year, like birthdays and holidays, but I need to do better about contacting my friends. LOL. And you're welcome out.
Heck yeah, thanks Joe. Thanks bro. I'll definitely hit you up. I don't have my motorcycle anymore, I sold it. But I'll get another one and then I can commute and I'll be able to, it'll be a long ride to North Carolina, but I don't mind it. I mean, I used to ride to Lynchburg, so I think North Carolina is only like 3 more hours away, right? From where Lynchburg is, where you live at? Or are you like way south in North Carolina? And hey man, I already know how it is with not communicating with friends, so trust me. I already know how it is. I haven't been communicating with anyone. So let me compile this real quick and make sure I didn't break anything. Oh, I sold it, man. I sold that thing.
Winston-Salem.
I'm not sure where that is. Let me see. I think this site's Winston-Salem. Okay. So how far is that? From Lynchburg to Winston. Roanoke. Is that like 3 hours? 2 hours? Maybe from Lynchburg? Because I'm just trying to scale like the distance from where I am to where you are. Let's make sure I didn't break anything, right? Okay, this damage is still being applied. I don't have any weapons. Wait. I'm not spawning with any weapons. I think that's a bug. Let's see. Yeah, let me exit out and rebuild it from code. Or around 2.5 hours. Sounds about right. Yeah, I sold the bike because I wasn't riding it, and you know, if you're not using a vehicle, you gotta, it's best to get rid of it because it's depreciating with time, and you have all the maintenance, and you're pay for insurance and registration and all that, and you're not using it. So it's like, why keep it, you know? Honestly, I wish I got a different bike. As fun as it was to have the Hayabusa, it's like, it's not the kind of bike I see myself riding and having a lot of fun with. It's too big and it doesn't turn as fast. It's just good for going fast in a straight line. I'm really like into like MotoGP, right? And how they ride their bikes, like how they take their corners and how they brake, hard braking. So I want like a smaller yet powerful bike. Like this is my favorite bike. Right here. It's like the dream bike right here. So yeah. Yeah, see, now there's like a bug and it's not I broke something because I'm not spawning with the weapons. See? Makes no sense. All I did was change the projectile class. What I can do is let me discard these changes. And see if this fixes it.
We got a little Suzuki GZ250. Where's that? Hold up.
see. You got this one? Oh, GZ, not GX. GZ. This is the GX. You got the GZ. So yeah, you got the cruiser. Heck yeah, man. Hey, there's nothing wrong with it, man. It's not like you're trying to race. You can always upgrade when you seem that when it seems like you're getting bored of it. You can always upgrade. So don't even look at the engine size like, oh man, I got a 250 or whatever, or it's like a knockoff Harley or whatever, man. I mean, who cares, right? It's your bike. It's not anyone's. It's not anyone's but your bike. So as long as it works and you enjoy riding it, that's all that matters. Yes, I learned on a cruiser. They're definitely they're definitely more chill. Like riding a cruiser versus riding a. Okay, so me changing the character broke it for some reason. So I'll work on that later. Yeah, riding a cruiser versus riding a racing bike, like a sports bike, is definitely more chill. Definitely.
My thing is that it's fun. It's a fun toy. LOL, max speed is barely highway.
Oh, what's the max speed on it? Like 50? Maybe 70? 60? So yeah, headshots. Let me implement headshots. And let me make sure my stream. And I'm gonna take this out. Man, that sucks. Can't update this stream name. It's too bad. 70? Yo, you're not trying to race, man. I mean, how fast does it pick up to 70? Like, is it like a slow pickup? Like, it takes like a long time to go to 70 from 0? Or is it like it picks up pretty fast, but then when it maxes out, like, you know you're maxed out? Let's apply damage. Headshots. So how do I want to apply headshots? Let's see. I actually don't think I want to override this because actually I'll just leave it. So we are applying damage here. The damage value We calculate that right here. So this is what needs to change. Let's change that real quick.
It's a fun writing thing. Makes me feel cool without going fast. That was the only Big Tabby would allow me to get one.
Oh, she wanted you to get. She didn't mind you getting a bike as long as it was not as powerful, so like safer. That makes sense. That completely makes sense. That Manning. That's all that matters. But you have a family. You have a child and a wife, so you can't be as reckless as someone like who's not doesn't have a family, right? I can be reckless because if I die, then I mean, sure, my mom will care, and like I have sisters, but I don't have a child and I don't have a wife, so you're like in a different level of commitment in life. So I think what I want to do is I want to go here and damage value to inflict. I'm gonna change this to non headshot damage value to inflict. Non-headshot damage value to inflict, and I'll create another one that says headshot damage value to inflict, and this one will return get non-headshot damage value to inflict, and it'll return this one. Now we'll create another one that says headshot damage value to inflict, and that's what we're gonna get, right? And I'm gonna get a lot of errors because I just changed these, so I need to figure out where I was calling these two functions and update them. So we know projectile bullet, we're working on that. Raycast weapon, projectile explosive, okay. Projectile, alright, so we're gonna work on all those. So we're gonna use these two functions now. So let's go to projectile bullet, and we're gonna check. We also need to pass in. Also need to pass this in, right? So let's go ahead and update all of the functions that we overrid, that we just overrode. And because this is how we're going to detect if we hit a character's head, right? This hit result. I want to rename this to yeah, I'll just leave it, which means I need to update this. making sure everything's updated. And I need to, let's copy this real quick and paste it here. And last but not least, the base function, all right, so since we updated that, I can now projectile bullet. We can now detect if we hit a character's face or not. So damage value, we're gonna initialize damage value with, let me cut all of this out and put it up here. And to detect, we're gonna check right here. We're gonna say hit result dot, what's the function name again? It should be called like, waiting for it to catch up so I can get some assistance with the function name. Is it bow name? Yikes, this is why it's not working. Let me comment this out. All right. Hit result dot get bone name. Okay, hit result bone name. To string, right? Equals, I'll put tx text head, because this is the name of the bone name, right? And then I'll put a question mark. So here result bone name text. Here result bone name, I'm converting it to a string, equals head question mark. If it does equal head, then we're gonna initialize this damage value to, oh yikes, hold on. Yikes. Alright, I'm back. So here result bow name to string equals text head. So we're checking if we hit the head. If we did hit the head, we're gonna initialize damage value with this pointer. So we're gonna initialize it with this. And actually, to make it easily readable, what we can do is let's go to weapon attribute component, and we can just copy these two lines right here. Right, and we can create a const float reference, or just a const float, and we can call this non-headshot damage to inflict, and we can initialize this with this right here. Right, and then we can just copy this and just rename this right here. Right, so now we have the two variables for the different damage that we can inflict. And so if we did hit the head, we're going to initialize this value to headshot damage to inflict. Otherwise, we'll initialize this value to non-headshot damage to inflict. And I'm going to just reorganize this so that headshot is first. And I'll do the same thing in here, just to keep it consistent. And right here, wait, what class were we right here? The damage value, we're passing in damage value right here. And let's actually change this to get headshot. We need to fix that to make it a function. And then we're gonna pass this in. Let's put some spaces so we know what we're doing. Right, so we're passing in the damage value, which is right here, which we initialize with one of these two. And we can do that again for, we just copy this. So this is for the projectile weapon. We also have to do it for the raycast weapon, which is like a instant hit weapon. So let's go right here. And let's see, I don't think I have an apply damage function here. At least I don't think so, man. I don't remember making one. Let's check. When we fire the weapon, okay, we have a different function that I created because this weapon is like for shotguns. So it doesn't just shoot one bullet, it shoots multiple bullets. So we're scanning, we're looping through all the damaged characters in the map and applying the total amount of damage by how many times they got hit. Right? So this is if we're using a shotgun. This is if we're not using a shotgun. Yo. What's up? Man. Yo, Joe, that's I don't think I have that emote. It's like it looks like a giggity emote. I don't think I have that. That must be from somewhere else. I actually never seen that before. I think he used it once before up ahead. Yeah, he used it once before in the chat. At first I thought it was Quagmire. But at a second look, it's a looks like a woman. Urwa. Arwa. What's up, Arwa? I hope you're doing well. Alright, so it applied headshot damage to a character that gets shot. With a shotgun. Let's see. How do I apply this? I gotta think about how I want to do this because so I'm not even passing anything in here. Alright, because there's no pointer. Okay. Yes. Sorry, Urwa. I hope I said your name correctly. I don't know how to pronounce it. Let's see. Alright, so we're spotting the bullets with a shotgun, right? And we put all the, so we spawn a bullet, right? So let me visualize this. I'm gonna go to for duration so I can visualize it. Of course I'm gonna get errors because I made a lot of changes, so I'm gonna actually comment that out. Actually I can't comment it out. I'm gonna comment out this and explosive weapons. Right here I could just get non headshot damage value to inflict, and I should be able to compile now, but I'm not sure. A projectile.h. Alright, it seems like I messed up somewhere. Let's const f hit result. This should just be f hit result. Right. Shouldn't be const. So let me change that. And oh, you're French, and even the French have trouble saying Urwa, yet it's easy to say. Yeah, I didn't mean to butcher your name, man. I can't even pronounce your second name. I'm not gonna do you that disservice of trying to pronounce it. Yeah, I'm not gonna try to pronounce your second name because I'm gonna do a terrible job. My fault, man. Maybe if I like if you type it out like in different like, yeah, never mind. Let's not I don't want to butcher your name. I'm just I'm getting these errors because I messed up somewhere. It's telling me to check Inamiri's projectile missing default argument parameter number 2. Oh right, I forgot. If this has a crap, since this has a equal sign, this one has to have one too. So the only thing I can do is I have to change the order so that after you put the equal sign, all the variables after it have to have the equal sign as well. So I have to change the order and change the order here as well. As well as here, I have to change the order here. And same goes to here. And last but not least, I have to change it here. And I believe it's changed here. So I should be able to compile now. Just waiting. Seems like the result and damage reference. Let me make sure I did everything correctly. Right. Before I try to compile. I don't think I changed it here. Yep. And this let me wait. It should actually be the other way around. No, this is where I didn't change this one. That's why. It should be this way. Alright, there we go. And we can compile now. And of course, there's one more error that I missed. Projectile bullet. Right here. I need to pass in this right here. Geez, what did I miss now? I missed. Let's see. Okay, it does have to be a constant effort result reference. All right, that's the last thing I'm gonna fix, then it'll be good. So it has to be the same as what you're passing in. So let's just make this change real quick. Projectile. And actually, let me check one last time. Apply damage. This is all right. Yeah, it just has to. That's the only thing I need to change. This is const reference. This is a const reference. This needs to be a const reference. This needs to be a const reference, which it is. And last but not least, these need to be const reference. Okay, so I'm pretty sure that solves it. Nope. Infinite errors, man. Okay, now it's telling me I used the same variable twice. Oh, this is why I hate working with multiple. Wait. 87. Projectile explosive 87. I think I didn't comment something out. '87. Right, I didn't pass anything in here. And what I need to pass in is this and this. So I didn't even get to this class yet, but that's why the error is there. Again, I didn't pass it in 28. So it's saying projectile bullet. All right, so let's look at this right here. I think it's redefined, so let's make sure that I didn't actually redefine it, which I'm pretty sure I didn't, but it's telling me I did. And you know, since I don't want to overcomplicate this, what I'm gonna end up doing, because this is proving to be much more of a problem than I was expecting. Right? It's telling me I redefined it. Let me look at it again. Projectile bullet CPP 28. Yeah, right. So we're here. It's telling me redefinition of default argument parameter 1. Oh, yikes. There we go. All right, everything should not be good now. And I forgot to take out the other one as well. Right here. Where is it? Right here. Gotta take this out as well. Yo, Audio Torres, what's good? Hope everything's going well with you. Everything's going well over here. I'm just working on this. Of course, I made a lot of changes, so now I have to rebuild the entire project from code. Everything's going well here. I'm just working away on this game. Ticking. Like the computer ticks every nanosecond. I'm just ticking away, man. Working on this game. I am implementing headshot damage right now, so I just made a lot of typo errors in the code, and that's what I was correcting. But I'm still new to the streaming and developing thing, so it's like multitasking. I'm like looking at the chat and conversating and trying to also think about the logic, and I tend to forget about simple things like input parameters that have to be the same as what you're passing in and whatnot, and just basic syntax errors. So but let's see. Oh yeah, that's right, no damage is being applied because I commented it out, right? So we're working on projectile bullet, the CBP, and Asnissen. So I changed the variable names on all the weapons, so now I have to go back and let's go to the combat system, the weapon blueprints, and let's work first on the sniper rifle. Now I believe the damage I had on the sniper rifle is, so the headshot damage, I'll set this to, hold on, let me give it default values. Okay, I didn't have default values even when I first set it. So I'll set this to the sniper rifle. I think 2 shots, well, a headshot or 1 shot should kill you, right? Because it's a sniper. So I'll set this to 250 because the characters are gonna have like some sort of armor, right? There's like 2 health bars. So just to make sure you die with a headshot from a sniper, I'll put it to 250, and non-headshot I'll put it to 70. So, or rather, how many sniper shots should it take to kill you when you have full armor? I'm thinking it should take 70, 140, 210. So I'll put it to, just for testing, I'll leave it at 70. But since the character has 200 health, it should take 2 sniper shots to kill you if it's not a headshot. So this will be at 100. And if we go to shotguns, a headshot damage value to inflict for each pellet. Let's see how many pellets we're shooting. how many shotgun shots rather. I think that's the name. It's called a shot. And that is under let's go to raycastweapon.h. We're shooting 17 bullets for like the shotgun, 17 shots. So gonna have to do like some simple math. 17 shots, right? So if the character has 200 health, right, and you're shooting 17 shots, each shot should deal this much damage if they all hit to get death. So I just rounded up to 12. Right. So non-headshots, each damage will do 12. And if you get a headshot damage, I want each of these shots to do I wanted to take half the amount of bullets to kill somebody with headshots. So 200 17 divided by 2 is somewhere around 8.5, I think. Yeah, 8.5. So let's just do it again. So 24. So it's 24 times 17 should be over 200. It's way over 200. 200 is the maximum health divided by 200 divided by 17 shots is, let's just say 12. That's with non-headshots. With headshots, let's just say you have 100 health. 100 divided by 17. Okay, so that's 5. And then times 2. It's the same number. How much damage is it gonna do with headshots? Should I just double it to 24? Right. If I just double it, then 24 damage times 17 was 408. So how many bullets would it take to kill you? 200 divided by 24 will take 8. So that's good. That's around half of the bullets to kill you. So that sounds about right. So that's shotgun. Rocket launcher there's no headshot, but because it's radial damage. But I still gotta update it because I changed the variable name. So non-headshot damage to inflict. Actually, I'm not even using this for the shotgun. I mean for the rocket launcher. I'm using, let's see, for the explosive weapons. We're using radial damage. And we're just passing in non-headshot damage, right? Because I'll still fill it out. Why not? Radial damage for explosives like the rocket launcher. If it's a non-headshot, if you get hit with it directly, I'll put the damage to 250. So you're gonna get actually I'll double it to like let's see. I want it to have a pretty big blast radius, so I'll put it to 400. No, I'll put it to 300. And I'll just leave it at that. So they'll both have 300. And last but not least, actually no, we have two more. The grenade launcher will be a little bit weaker than the assault rifle and everything else. I mean, it'll be a little bit weaker than the rocket launcher, and the regular be a little bit stronger than regular grenades and a little bit weaker than rocket launchers. So let's put 200. And the assault rifle, each bullet is going to deal, it holds 30 bullets, and I want it to take around 7 bullets to kill you. Maybe that's a little bit too much. Maybe 4 bullet. Yeah, 7 bullets sounds good. So let's see. So we go to the calculator and we divide 200. Maybe 7 is too much. Nah, we'll leave it at 7. 200 divided by 7 equals 28 damage. I'll put it at 30 damage for non-headshot. And for headshot, I'll put it to double. A little more than double. So 70. And lastly is pistols. This is like a Desert Eagle type of weapon, so I'll put non-headshot to, because this shoots pretty slow, right? You have to wait a long time. So I'll put it to put non-headshots. I want it to take 3 bullets to kill you, non-headshots. I want it to be like a sniper, pretty much. It's like a Desert Eagle, so let's just copy the sniper rifle. 70 and 250. Because it should be rewarding shooting a gun that takes forever to recover. Right? So we can test it out. It should kill instantly from right here. Seems to be working. Let's try body shot. Okay, body shot didn't kill, but if I shoot the head, it's instant. So the headshot is working, right? We can even try it with sniper rifle. Shoot the body, no death. Shoot the head, instant death. So headshot's working for the projectile weapons. And what I want to update is, once I'm finished with these headshots, I only want this headshot icon on the kill to pop up if you get a headshot. So that skull that you saw right there, I only want that to appear if you get a headshot. But I'll do that after I finish implementing the headshots. So
Find your favorite. Find.
let's see. We did projectile. Let me close these because I don't need them all open. We could try assault rifles as well, but let me just make sure. I don't need that open. I don't need that open. We just implemented headshots here. Projectile bullet, we can close that. This is for, yep, and close this. All right. I don't need this open anymore. And we're working on this next, right? The raycast weapon. So let me just go ahead and close this and minimize that. This is what we're working on next. Actually, projectile. You can copy this. I shouldn't have closed it, so I can copy that line of code here, but I'll just open it back up. And I can copy this right here. And up an attribute component, and if this is valid, then we can paste that in here. Right. This is an explosive, so we're applying radio damage, so it doesn't really matter, but we can still just pass that in there. Wait a minute. We could pass this instead of that because this is the weapon attribute component. And we can pass this in here. Right, so that takes care of explosive weapons. Even though explosive weapons can't really get headshots, right? But I guess it gives you a little dynamic feature. So if you hit somebody in the head, the explosion will be... Actually, yeah, let me change the explosion radius as well. Right. So the explosion radius, I believe this is the minimum. Damage out radius. This is the inner radius. So this is where you take maximum damage. 300 units. And this is kind of large. I'll put that at 700. And that's good. So this is for explosives. So we can go ahead and minimize this as well because X takes care of headshots. Now this is for the complicated part. Handling headshots with the shotguns, right? because shotgun shoots multiple bullets, right? So if I run and get a shotgun from right here, where is it? Here it is. Right, got a shotgun. It shoots multiple bullets, right? So I gotta figure out how to calculate the bullets. Calculate for each bullet I shoot. I have to calculate if it's a headshot or not. And if it's not a headshot, I put it in a map that's called non-headshot hits. If it is a headshot hit, then I put it in a map that's called headshot hits. And then, so let's do that first. Right. So we have damaged character maps. Right, so right now we're just putting every time we hit a character with a shotgun, right? We're putting that character in a map and how many times we hit that character. So we can keep this, but let's create 2 new maps. This will be for, and I want to keep the names as consistent as I can. So let's open this up. Next, I meant to open this up. And we can copy this. And we can call this non-headshot map. So non-headshot. Trying to think of a name that will help me understand what I'm putting in here. Non-headshot hit map. We call this, actually let's call this headshot hit map, and this is non-headshot hit map. So this map will take the character. All right, so this map will take, let me reorganize this in the way in the order I'm gonna use them. This map will take the actors which are basically characters that take headshot hits, and it will tell me how many times I got a headshot with each bullet. I mean, so like it'll take a character and it'll tell me how many times the character's head got hit. This map will take a character and it'll tell me how many times the character got hit not on the head. And this will take a character. This will take the same character, and what will be put in here, how many times it got hit in total. I don't think I need this, so let me just comment this out. And let's see how we're gonna implement this. So we're shooting. So let's see, I need to visualize this. So we get a shotgun, shoot it, and we're shooting multiple bullets, right? Let me change this to 1 player. So we're shooting multiple bullets, right? Shooting multiple bullets. We're checking to see if we hit a character, right? if we did hit a character, we need to check, and I'm gonna just steal the line of code from, I'll just rewrite it. So if we did hit a character, we're gonna check if we hit the head of the character, right? And how we're gonna check that, we're gonna grab this and we're gonna say, let's create a local boolean called a const bool b did let's just call this, I'm trying to think of a name that'll help me understand what it is that I'm gonna store here. It's gonna be called, it's gonna be a long name, but who cares, right? Was this hit a headshot? Was this hit a headshot? Right? So that's the name of this variable. And we're gonna store here. I'm gonna grab this boolean, this hit result that we get from each one of those red dots is a hit result, right? So each one of these red dots that you see, red squares I mean, is one of these, right? So we're gonna grab this right here, and I'm gonna call bone name, basically the same syntax that we used earlier. Bone name to string, right? So we're gonna convert it to a string, and we're gonna say, does this equal text head, right? So we're seeing, does this thing that we hit, the bone that we hit, does this equal head? And we know that we know we hit a character because we're inside of here. Now we're checking to see if we hit a bone. And just to refresh our memory, we can see the collision of the character, right? So the collision of the character is right here. And hold on, that's not what I want to pull up. You turn this off. Can't turn it off. Right here, this helps us look at it. So I can't exit out of the character and view it. Let me do this. Okay. Right. So we know we hit a character because that character's head has that collision body around it, right? So when we hit the character's head, we're hitting that collision body, which is like right here, the sphere around the character's head. That's what determines if it's a headshot. When we hit that, when we get the bone and then we convert it to a string and we check and see if it equals head, the name of this sphere around the character's head is called head. That's what we're checking, right? So we're saying, does this equal head? If so, we're gonna initialize this boolean to true. Otherwise, we're gonna initialize it to false, right? So we're checking to see if we hit a head, and we can just write a quick line of notes and say check to see if the current shot has made contact with enemy's head, right? Actually, let me not put enemies because they'll probably be like friendly fire. So check to see if the current shot has made contact with the character's head. Okay, so we're checking to see if we hit the head, and then right down here we're gonna see. I'm gonna say if this is true, if this was a headshot, and I want to keep using the turn. I don't want to keep using this style, and not so much the if else that you see here, just to keep everything as compact and elegant as possible. So we're gonna say, does this? So we're checking to see if this is true. If this is true, then we're gonna grab the headshot hit map. Actually, I do need to use the if else. So I'm gonna create an if check right here, and I'm gonna check if this is true, and if it is true, I'm gonna check this, basically the same thing I'm checking down here. So I'm checking if this map, right, if this map contains the character that just got hit. So if did we already hit this character before? Like, is this the first time that? Let me see. So we're checking to see. Grab a shotgun. We're checking to see, is this the first time that one of those squares hit the character's head? Right? So is this the first time that we hit it? Does this map already contain this character in it? So we're saying if this map contains this character, then what we're gonna do is we're gonna get this map indexing this character, and all we're gonna do is increment it, right? So we're just gonna add another hit to this character that's already in this map. That's a headshot. So we're adding how many times? We're just adding 1 to the times this character got hit on the head, right? If this map does not contain this character, what we're gonna do is grab this. I'm gonna grab the headshot map, and we're gonna add this character for the first time into this map, right? So we're adding it into this map, and we're adding the value of 1 as the value as the how many times it got hit in the head. So this is the first time we're adding it, and to make it more legible, we can just copy this line of code and paste it right here. This is not the first time it's being hit on the head by raycast. Increment the unsigned integer 32 value stored within the respective character. Said value will be used to calculate the damage to apply to said character, right? And then I can just copy this. Else, otherwise, add the respective character into the map and increment to the headshot map. to the headshot hit map and increment the value paired with said character. And we just see increment that stored within their respective characters. I'll just leave it. Okay, so this is if we get hit in the head, right? Else, we're not hit in the head here, right? So if we're not hit in the head, we know this is false. So what we're gonna grab is this map, and actually what we can do, just copy this, paste it here, and copy this T map and paste everything here, right? So we're gonna check if this is not the first time this character is being hit on a part of the body that is not the head. So if this is not the first time this character is being hit on a part of the body that is not the head by the respective raycast, increment the unsigned int32 value stored within the respective character, stored with the respective character, and of course blah blah blah, right? Otherwise, add the respective character into the non-headshot hit map and increment the value paired with said character. Okay. So the character gets hit with the head on the head. We're adding this character that just got hit onto this map, right? If it's not hit on the head, we're adding this hit the character onto this map, and we can pretty much delete this. Let's see. Yeah, we can delete this. Okay. So this takes care of this. So we're gonna do this every time we, because this is a for loop. So we're gonna do this however many times, however many bullets we shoot. We're gonna do this for each bullet, right? Check if we hit a character, if we hit the head. Otherwise, if we hit the character, we're gonna go in here. If we hit a character, we're gonna go in here. If we hit the head, we're gonna go in here. If we didn't hit the head, which is the obvious thing, because if you don't hit the head and you hit the character, then you're hitting another part of the body, then you go in here, right? After this is done, we're gonna go to calculate. Only the server is going to call this function, which is going to calculate the damage that needs to be applied to the character. So we go in here on the server. Now we're checking to see if we're using a shotgun, right? Now we need to check how many times we hit the head and how many times we didn't hit the head, right? Sorry, we need to check how many times we hit the head and how many times we hit the body, right? So let's do that. So we're gonna check to see how many times the respective character got hit on the head, right? So we're checking to see how many times the respective character got hit in the head here. Let's copy this. The for loop, we're just gonna loop over. Actually, let's just create a new one. So we're creating a range-based for loop. And this is gonna be a t-pair, a const t-pair reference. Right. We're gonna call this headshot. To wait, headshot damaged character. Yeah, that sounds good. And what we're gonna pass in here, and this range-based for loop, is this. So we're gonna get a pair from this map, which is gonna hold a character and how many times they got hit on the head. We're gonna get one character and how many times they got hit in the head. We're gonna store it in this value right here, right? And I really don't like declaring variables inside the for loop check. So I'm gonna declare it out here and just pass in this right here, just like that. But it can't be const because it's gonna be changed. So yeah, I just leave it. Don't make it. I don't want to overcomplicate it. Okay, so we're in this for loop and we're checking how many times we hit this character in the head. So we're gonna have to, let's just copy this. Let's think about this for a second. We're gonna check. First, let's check. Okay, how do we want to calculate how many times we hit this character on the head? We're gonna check first.
What?
If this is valid, because this is a pointer. This holds a pointer. So we're gonna check if this is valid, which means it's a valid character in here. Right? Now, if it's a valid character in this map that we're checking right now, we're gonna check. We're gonna create a const unsigned int 32, which is gonna hold how many times this character got hit in the head. Right? And we're gonna call this number of times character was hit on head. Lengthy variable name, but it's descriptive and it helps me remember what I'm doing. So number of times character was hit on head. Right? We're gonna initialize this variable with getting this map, indexing this, right? So we're getting this map, right here. Oh yikes, this needs to be value. We're getting this map right from right here, and this map is one of these maps. I mean, it's one of these pairs. So we're getting a pair from here, passing it in here. Then we're getting the value of the character that got hit. And seems like I'm yikes. So getting how many times this character got hit. If it's a valid character in here, then we're getting how many times it got hit, and we're storing it in this variable here, right? So now we know how many times this character got hit in the head. So let's actually, this needs to be, let's move this up here, because we're gonna have to access this outside of this check. Okay, so we're checking to see how many times it got hit on the head for each character. Actually, I want to think of a better way to do this, because we're gonna go in here. So this is a for loop. We're gonna check each character in this map for how many times it got hit. Then we're gonna store the value. Okay, I know what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna put this back in here. Right. So we're storing how many times this character got hit. And then we're gonna go down here. Trying not to confuse myself here, because we have another map of how many times it didn't get hit on the head. Okay, so I'm gonna create another variable here, and I'm gonna call this, I'm gonna initialize this float. This is gonna be called total damage to deal, total damage to inflict, right? And then right here, I'm going to initialize this with total damage to inflict is going to equal how many times we got hit on the head, how many times this character got hit in the head. I'm gonna say equals plus equals, which means plus equals is just a way of saying total damage to inflict equals the same way of saying total damage to, so it's the same as saying this, total damage to inflict equals total damage to inflict plus whatever, right? But just to refrain from writing this twice, typing the same thing twice, we can use plus equals. The total damage to inflict plus equals whatever value is in here plus this multiplied headshot value. We need to get the headshot value, which is right here. And we're in this is the weapon class. So we can just get it like this. Right. We need to check now. We're already checking if this is not valid because we're using it. And we need to get the headshot value. So however many times we got hit in the head, right? We are getting that and we're multiplying that by the damage value for how many times, by the damage value of headshots, right? And then we're adding that to here. Now that settles this headshots. Now we need to see how many times we didn't get hit on the head. Check to see how many times the respective character got hit on a part of the body that is not the head, right? And actually we're gonna have to move this up here because we need to add onto it down here for all the bullets that didn't hit you on the head, hit the character on the head. So we can just copy this. And we can call this non-headshot damage to character. Actually, yeah, that's a good name. Non-headshot damage to character. This can be headshot damage to character. So headshot damage to character, non-headshot damage to character. And headshot, non-headshot damage to character. So number of times character was hit on non-head body part, right? And right here we can switch this with this right here. Right. And then we're gonna say damage to inflict equals whatever it's already in here. So if it got hit in the head. Wait a minute. Hold on. Right here, we're gonna loop through each character. So this is gonna hold all the damage values of each character. And I don't want that. I want it to hold the damage value of one character. So I think that's where we need this, right? And this can be a float. So this can be damage. This can be called total damage to inflict, total damage to inflict characters, total damage to inflict on characters map, on respective, total damage to inflict on respective character map. Okay, so it's gonna take a float because it's gonna be the damage value for this respective character. So instead of using this, we're going to come in here check if this damage map contains let's see, we need, this is the key. So if it contains this character that we're looking at, that we're analyzing right now, how many times it got hit. If it does contain this character already, then we're just gonna grab this map and we're going to index, hold on. Let me undo this so I can get that. Oh, it's right here. All right. Let me move this up here. Wait, we're checking to see if it contains this character. If it does contain this character already, which means this character got hit in the head more than one time. We're gonna get this map, indexing this character. And we're going to add, this takes a float, plus equals, which means we need to calculate this above it. And matter of fact, let's put this right here. Let me actually cut this out. Total damage to inflict equals number of times character was hit on the head multiplied by this. Right, so we're getting how many times this character was hit on the head from this map. And we're putting in this value, which is an integer. Then this is a float for the total damage to inflict on, I'm gonna call this total headshot damage. Total headshot damage to inflict on respective character, right? And this is going to be equal to this value. So how many times it got hit in the head multiplied by the headshot damage, right? And then this, we can check if this map contains this character that we're analyzing right now. So if this is not the first time that, because this is a for loop, right? But this is, every time we do this, this map is always not gonna have this character, but just for good practice, I'm just gonna check if it does have it, even though I know it's not gonna have it. Because every time we go, each time we iterate through this for loop, we're gonna get a new character. So the first time we go on this for loop, we're gonna get one character, then we're gonna add it onto this map, right? Then it's gonna exit out of the for loop. The next time, we're gonna get another character and add it on. So there's no reason to really check it. And just to not confuse myself, I did say it was good practice to check, but let's just check it. If it does contain this key, we're gonna grab this map and get this key. Oh, get this value rather. So get the value, which is a float. Right? So we're getting the float, and we're saying this float is equal to whatever this float has plus this. But I need to access the key, and accessing the key will give me the float, if I'm not mistaken. Yep. So this returns the float, and I'm adding whatever's in the float to here. Else we're just gonna do this anyway, so, or rather we're gonna do this dot in place, because this, if we're not here, this means that this map does not contain this character. So if this map does not contain this character, if we're gonna add this character onto this map. So we're gonna grab this character from this map and put it in this map along with however many times the damage that needs to be dealt to it, right? So let's just write some notes. So number of times the character, so say we can calculate how many times the character was hit on the head. Calculate how many times the respective character was hit on the head. Calculate the damage to apply to said character. Calculate the headshot damage. Calculate the headshot damage to apply to said character by multiplying how many times said character was hit on the head by the amount, by the value for each bullet, so that by hit on the head by the value for each bullet, by the headshot damage value for each bullet to inflict, right? And then down here we can write yikes. Right here we're gonna write check to see if the character that is being analyzed is already included in the map that stores the total damage to inflict. Wait, check to see if the character that is being analyzed is already added into the map that stores the total damage to inflict on said character. And actually I could just copy this save some time. So this is not the first time this character is being hit. Actually, let me not copy that. Check to see if the character that is being analyzed is already added onto the map that stores the total damage to inflict on said character. This is the case. Increment the let's see. Increment the total damage to inflict on the respective character map by the and then down here you can write otherwise add said character to the along with the damage along with the total headshot damage to inflict on respective character. Okay, so this helps us understand what the heck is going on. This is for headshots. And we're going to store that within this map. Right. So now let's do the same thing for shots that are not on the head, which are the body. So we're gonna say check to see, and let's minimize all this. Right. I'm gonna check to see how many times the respective character got hit on a part of the body that is not the head. And this is going to be called non-headshot damage. Wait, headshot damage. This should be called sorry guys, I gotta fix this typo. Headshot damage to character. Shot damage to character. Okay. Now here we're gonna say headshot damage, non-headshot damage to character. Right. This is gonna be called this is what map are we using. This map is called non-headshot hit map, right? Because up here this is false. That means we did not hit the head, and we're adding it into this map, right? So non-headshot hit map and not headshot damage to character. So this character, this pair, this is going to be set inside this variable is going to be obtained from this hit map, which we're setting all the characters there here, right? So we could just copy all this. Number of times character was hit on non-head body part. Right. We can just update this. This is not the headshot damage value. We need to get the non headshot damage value to inflict. Total headshot damage value to inflict. This needs to be changed to total non-headshot damage value to inflict. Right. And calculate the non-headshot damage. Wait, this started here. Calculate how many times the respective character was hit on a part of the body that is not the head. And then calculate the non-headshot damage to apply it to said character by multiplying how many times the said character was hit on a part of the body that is not the head by the headshot by the non-headshot damage value for each bullet to inflict. We can copy this right here and let's actually right, and it's called total non-headshot damage value, total non-headshot damage to inflict on respective character, and this equals number of times character was hit on non-head body part, which we initialized up here, multiplied by non-headshot damage value. Right, and we're gonna say check to see if the character that is being analyzed is already added onto the map that stores the total damage to inflict on said character. If this is the case, increment the total damage to inflict on respective character map by the total non-headshot damage value to inflict on their respective character. So we're gonna check if this map total damage to inflict on respective character contains this character that we're being analyzed, which is right here. If it does contain this character, then we're gonna say total damage to inflict on respective character map, accessing this character that's being analyzed. And we're gonna increment the value that's in this map by this, right? So we're just adding all the damage up, headshot, non-headshot, for each character, right? We're adding all of them up and we're putting them in this map. And otherwise add said character to the total damage to inflict on respective character map, along with the total non-headshot damage to inflict on respective character, right? So we're doing the same thing up here, down here, except this time right here is if this is the first time this character is being analyzed, which will pretty much be, it'll always be the case, right? But it's just good to check. So we're gonna place this character, the key, and this right here, right? Now we could use this last for loop, and we can change this to apply damage, apply the total damage that each respective character got inflicted by headshots and non-headshots hits, by headshots and non-headshot hits. And this is going to be another range-based for loop, and we're going to call this total damage to character, and we're going to get the information from this map, right? So we're going to get the character that we placed in this map from both of these. So each character that's analyzed is gonna have values from this, right? It may or may not. It may be all headshots, or it may be headshots and body shots, or it may be just body shots. But either way, we're adding a character onto this map. Or if there's no character at all, then we just won't do any of this because it'll be empty, right? So we're adding a character onto this map along with a total damage, and this needs to be a float, right? So we're getting a character from this map, and this character has stored with it the total damage that needs to be inflicted on it, right? So first we're going to check to see that this character is valid, right? And we're gonna initialize this with total damage to, just copy this right here, create a local float called total damage to inflict on respective character, right? And we're going to initialize this by this character that we're analyzing value, right? So we're getting the value of the total damage, and then we have the total value, and we can copy this and we can delete this. And then we can get the controller, and this is a raycast weapon, so we're getting the owner of the weapon, which is the character, and we're getting the controller, and then what's the first input, the damaged actor, which is this, and then we're getting the value to inflict, which is here, passing a controller, and this input parameter, which is a static class. And then we can delete this. Right. So after we apply the damage to all the characters that we analyzed up here, after we finish this for loop, which goes through all the characters that we analyzed, we're going to grab all of these maps, and we want to empty them, right? So that the next time we need to analyze them, they'll be empty. We don't have to empty them, but it's pretty nice to empty them just so that we know that every time we inflict damage and we analyze it, they'll be empty. So I can just write a note down here. Empty all the maps, all the hit maps. Empty all the damage maps because all damage has been applied, has been calculated and applied. Right? And yeah. And then we can close this. And this is if we're not using a shotgun, if we're just using like a pistol or something else that has instant hits. And we can say, we can create, we can go to, I just created a, right here, a constable. Actually, I want to steal the code. I don't want to rewrite it. It's just to keep it consistent. Right? Just gonna steal this right here. So we're getting the headshot damage value to inflict and the non-headshot damage value to inflict. And then we're creating a local float and we're checking to see so we need to pass in right here, we need to pass in a hit result. So let's change this value. Let's check to see how we're doing this first. This is if we're using a shotgun. So let's minimize all these tabs. Or it doesn't have to be a shotgun. It can be any type of gun that has scatter. Right. So this is if we're using a gun that has scatter. Otherwise we're doing another raycast. And we're seeing if we hit a character. And then we're passing in the character that we hit. Along with, let's see. We need to see if we hit the head. So let's pass in this hit result. Right? And that means down here, create a const f hit result. It can be reference, and we can call this hit result. And let's go to raycast. And right here, we need to change, I actually need to put it right here first, because whenever there's an equal sign, both of them have to have, whenever you put you initialize an input parameter, everything after has to be initialized. So which means I need to change right here. And everywhere else where I'm calling it, I need to change it. I should actually initialize both of them because Yeah, I think I'm gonna do that. So let's change this back. I'm just gonna copy this and go right here, and I'm gonna initialize this with, I don't think I can. Let's see if I can. I'm not sure if this has like a something that I can initialize this with, like an empty hit result. Let's see. I don't know what music was just playing, but it sounded kind of nice. Let's rewind that. Sheesh, man, you don't want me to listen to the song again? Oh gosh. You gotta be kidding me. YouTube, you are really messing with me. Let me just turn off. Yikes. Looks like I turned off the stream. Alright. Seems like we're back. Okay, when I was checking was to see if this has an empty hit result that I could use. And let's see. I'm not sure if this will work. Yeah, it's not gonna work. Which means that I'm gonna have to initialize, or rather declare, this input parameter before this. So I'm gonna have to change the function name right here. Along with everywhere where I'm calling it from, right? Which is right here. So I have to pass in this at least. And down here, this needs to be passed in first. And that should be it. Right, so we're passing in the hit result, and down here we're checking to see headshot damage, to see we can just call weapon attribute component, because we're checking up here to see if it's not valid, and do the same thing down here, and then let's remove this. We can right here, the damage value, we can check to see if this hit result bow name is equal to head. If it is, we're gonna inflict this damage. Otherwise, we're gonna inflict this damage. And go ahead and remove this. And that's it. So I'm gonna do a quick compile and make sure that there's no errors. It seems like I got an error. CPP 372. Right. There we go. Okay, we got a successful compile. I'm going to close out of the editor and rebuild the entire project. All right, let's test this out.
Find your culture.
Okay, so shotguns. We actually need more than one character, and we'll test it out. Let's grab a shotgun. So if it's a headshot, well, that's actually to be expected because it's a shotgun. So I want to print something on the screen to see just how many times it's a shotgun headshot. I want to print something to see how many times it's a hit. That the hit that we're analyzing is a headshot. So I'll print something here, and it's gonna print it for each character. So what I want to do to have it only print let's see, how do I want to print this? I can print right here, number of times character was hit on the head. Right, because we're only shooting one guy, so or one character. And we can call this how do I print the string? I know how to print a float, but oh, forget it. F string sanitize float. I'll just pass in an integer. And that should give us how many, it should print on the screen how many times this character was hit. Oh, I remember how to print a float, as integer. F string from int. There we go. Let's grab this shotgun and let's look in the top left. I don't know what color it's gonna be, but
it says 14 on the top in blue.
right. So right here, like under this, like right here, it will say like a number. So let's see.
It says 16.
It seems to be working, and we can actually let's do it with two characters and see. It should print two different numbers if I'm not mistaken. Right, so I'm gonna aim like right. I wanna hit both of them, so like right here. Okay, that was 8. Of course, the collisions of the gun is messing everything up. I seriously have to fix that, but it seems to be working. Let me shoot them from this distance. Okay, let's try. Only one of those bullets was a headshot. Okay, 3 of those were headshots. Just want to make sure I can get hits with multiple characters, right? It's very hard to like, because I go straight, right? So let's try like this. Let's try head on. How do I hit 2 characters? Let's see. Pretty sure it's working, but it seems like this. I might have to increase the sphere. So let's go to. Let's increase the radius of the sphere. Right. So radius sphere. Let us let's make the sphere a little bit bigger. I'll change it back, but let's just make it like 150. I don't think that's gonna change anything because I think I actually have to change it on the weapon itself. Shotguns. Let's go to let's see. Okay, I did change it. Alright, so let's grab a shotgun. And move these characters close together. And blast them. Still. There we go. So I'm only seeing one number being printed. So let's modify this. I'll be right back.
It's the same story everywhere.
Alright, so every time this should be printed more than once because it's a range based for loop, so it prints it once for each character. Right. Or what I can do, wait, hold on, let me see, let me just make sure. Right, so those weapons are really, I think I'm gonna do that next. I have to resolve that because the game's pretty unplayable with these weapons in the way. So like look, they're tripping out and they're not even close to the weapons, man. Makes no sense. Alright, how do I print each character? Cause oh, right, okay. I need to have two separate strings for each character. So because it's just overriding each other, right? So I need to say, it's hard to print. I need to think about how I want to print for each character. It's working, so I don't want to get stuck on this. So that's headshots. And what's next? I said headshots. I even forgot what my goals were for today. Headshots, grenades, and sniper scope. Okay, headshots are done. So I need to implement grenades and sniper scope. Let's do the sniper scope first, I guess. Yeah, let's do the sniper scope first. Oh no, before I go on, I need to actually update the HUD because as you can see, right, when you get a headshot, that red skull, I want that only to appear if it's a headshot. Right. So the red skull that you see on the bottom, that one, I only want that to appear if you killed someone with a headshot, right? I don't get what's up with these characters. Look, this spawning looking all weird. Yeah, that skull right there. That should only appear if you get a headshot. So I need to think about how I want to implement this. So let's look at how we're implementing this. Needs to be a boolean that I pass into the game mode. Let's see. Let's start off with projectiles. Projectile bullet, right? Because we're passing in well, we know that we'll never inflict no. How do we want to do this? I don't think there's an if I could pass in a boolean, that would really help. I can only pass in the damaged actor, the base damage, the damage causer. How do I change that? I need to be able to pass in. Okay, so when the character dies, right? I need to check if that last bullet that hit them was a headshot. Okay, so let's go to the character attribute component because that's where all the damage is calculated, or rather that's where the damage is received on the character, right? So if we go to the character attribute component, which is on the is it on the combat system? It should be. Yep. So we go here and then we go to on take any damage, which is update HUD health. Nope. It's right here. Don't take any damage. So if the health is equal to 0, on character eliminated. So right here we need to figure out how to determine if the last bullet that caused this damage was a headshot. Right? The U damage type. The game could make it a damage type. Fire, set it. Okay. Okay. So I guess I could use this damage type and call it headshot. Right? And I could pass this into the game mode. Question is, how do you use it? I never used this before. Damage. I'm pretty sure this is what I'll use, but pretty sure this is the class to use. A damage type is intended to define and describe a particular form of damage and to provide an avenue for customizing responses to damage. Yeah, so but how do I use this? Damage types are never instance and should be treated as immutable data holders with static code functionality. This should never be stateful. There's a lot of terminology here that I don't understand. Oh gosh, Jesus Christ, help me. Oh man, I need wisdom, God, please, Father. I don't know what the heck. I don't know how to use this, but I'm sure this is what I'm supposed to use for like headshots and different damage types.
Ari Torres, game is looking fire so far. I got Windows 10 again, so I could run it once it comes out.
Yo, that's awesome, man. Heck yeah. You gave up Linux, or you just got Windows 10 just for? Well, first of all, thanks for the compliment. Right. Thanks a lot for the compliment. I plan to have it like ready for playtesting. Like I think I told you already, by the end of February. So after I implement grenades and the sniper scope, I'm just gonna work on the bugs, fixing the bugs, the major bugs that I noted down, and then I can release a playtest build, which is just gonna be gun games, just combat, right? And hopefully I can get some feedback, and you know, move on from there. So, but thanks for the compliment, man. It's looking better, but still not satisfied.
Now I won't ever give up on Linux. Windows is nice when some apps just won't run.
Oh yeah. I never really used Linux. Kind of want to try it, but it's like learning another language, coding language. So I don't even know where to start, you know. Maybe once this game's released. Well, yeah, I definitely need to learn it because I want people to play this game on Linux as well. So I definitely need to learn Linux. Right now, I'm trying to figure out how to use this damage type because I don't even know. I don't know how to use it. Otherwise, if there's another way to implement damage, headshot damage, I can check to see if this. So another way I can check is to see if this is over a certain value. If the damage inflicted is over a certain value. No, that's not gonna work. Crap. How do I pass in headshots to here? I can create a delegate and bind a function to it. Let's see. I don't know how to do it. I'm gonna have to think about this for a while. I do want to really update that. I could just figure out how to pass in a headshot to the person that got killed, right? Or the person that got the kill. I need to figure out how to get that information from. Hold on, let me think about this. So I kill somebody, right? It's a headshot. This is called on the character that takes damage. But I need a variable I need something that's called on a character that's inflicting damage, right? I need a function that's called on a character that's inflicting damage. So if I inflict headshot damage, that needs to call a function on that character, and ultimately that character. Okay, so this will be let me see. This will be where is it? Right here. I'll go to right here, right? Yo, auditors, what are you having problems with running? What's not running on your Linux? Is there something in particular, or just in general, you having applications that refuse to run? Okay, I can make this a widget on its own, right? And because this is only called locally, this right here. So when I inflict headshot damage, let's just look at one class just so I don't confuse myself. See, I'm shooting at assault rifle, and this I inflict headshot damage, right? Right, so this is headshot damage. What I can do is this is the character that shot this is coming from the weapon that killed the enemy. Or killed somebody, right? So let me just do a quick rough coding, whatever. So I can check right here. I can say check if the damage to inflict is headshot damage set the, let me see, tell the owner to set the boolean, or maybe I should use a delegate, right? So I can use a delegate. Okay, so let's declare a delegate and bind it to something.
And auditors. Yeah, games that have native ports to Linux aren't working right. Unreal Engine wasn't even working right despite being compatible with Linux.
Oh wow, like Unreal Engine itself isn't working either. Sheesh. Yeah, Linux. A lot of people don't use Linux. Yo, what's so special about Linux? I'm curious. Like, why do you use it over Windows? What benefit does it give you? So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna declare a delegate right here. This is gonna be, go to declaration. I'm gonna declare a delegate. And let me remember how the syntax for delegates. I think it's just declare. It's declare. What's the freaking syntax for delegates? I might have to Google this because I don't remember. It's not a multicast delegate. Declare. I think it's declare one param or something like that. Declare. Crap. Yeah. Declared one param. Declare. Is it one param? Declare delegate. I'm trying to see if something's gonna pop up. Declare delegate one param. Right? I think that's it. It's taking forever to load. Yeah, this is it. Declare delegate one param, and then we need to create the delegate. And we can call this delegate F on headshot damage, right? And the input parameter is going to be a boolean, right? So we're going to call this bool, and B was confirmed hit a headshot. Right, so this is the delegate, And now we need to create this type. So wait, did I get something wrong? Multiple parameter versions of above delegate types. Oh, I guess I don't. I guess I'm not supposed to like. Am I not supposed to like name it here? But first of all, is this gonna be a multicast delegate or just a regular delegate? Let's just make it, because I'm gonna have to. How am I gonna implement this? And where should I implement this delegate? This needs to be implemented. Okay, so let me actually declare this on.
I don't have a problem with Windows. It's just with Microsoft, lots of disagreement with the practices. And Linux, when everything runs right, is much faster. It can be at least.
Oh, I see. Sheesh. Yeah, I try not to get into the politics of these corporations unless it's something really like atrocious, you know, something obviously bad that I really don't agree with. But I understand where you're coming from. Totally understand where you're coming from. So crap, I hate this. I'm stuck. I'm trying to think of how I want to implement this delegate and where I want to call it from. If I bind it on the character, and when is it going to be called? It can't be bound on a character. It needs to be bound here, right? So I'm gonna call this f on. I'll do it here. Projectile bullet headshot damage. I'll do it here like this, and then I'll create this delegate, and it'll be public. And I'll call this on projectile bullet damage, on projectile headshot damage, on projectile bullet headshot damage, right? And this thing is still not liking my expected semicolon. Declare delegate one param, and this is the name of the delegate, and the input. I think this is just like a, let me compile this and see what it says. Sometimes the squiggles pop up and it doesn't mean anything. NF arguments function. Says there's not what am I missing? Like,
It's only one parameter, like. Yeah, see, like, now it's working. I didn't. Hold up. Did I not have a comma at first? Oh, well, hold up. I don't think that's a comma. That was a period. That's why it wasn't working. Alright, so we got the delegate. And let's see. Now, when we get a headshot, we can write this right here. If there's damage to inflict is a headshot damage, activate the delegate. Right. And call this. I'm gonna call bound. If bound, what's the function name? Activate a bound or something. Executive bound. Here it is. Right. So executive bound. Oh, and I'm gonna pass in true. So I need to create a boolean. Trying to think of a way to create a boolean without. I might just have to do it again. Let's create a boolean and call this B is headshot, and it's going to be initialized with this true false. Right, so this is initializing this boolean with a ternary operator, the result of a ternary operator check. Right, and then down here we can check this is true. If this is true, we'll initialize this with this. Otherwise, we'll initialize it with this. Right. So and then down here we can just pass in this right here. Right. And this is the delegate that's gonna let us know if what we got was a headshot. So we're gonna skip everything, skip passing it onto the character and controller and whatnot. We're gonna go straight to the HUD class. And right here in the HUD class, begin play, we're going to, first of all, we're going to, where is, we need to include this class because this class has the delegate.
right? Oops, not right there, right here. So, and then we're gonna call the delegate. Let's see. Right here. It's been a long time since I used delegates, so I'm trying to remember how to use it exactly. Get this delegate. Let me see if this is how you do it. Okay. Oh yeah, yikes. I need to get a pointer to this projectile. How do I get a reference to this? Okay, I'm not gonna do it here. I'm gonna do it in the character class because I have to. It'll be easiest to access. Unless I can... Let me think about this for a second. What's the fastest way for me? What's the most efficient way for me to access this bullet that was just fired? It will be on... Let me try the character class. If I get the character class, I can get... Where are the weapons stored? They're stored in the combat component. So the combat component will be... the best way to... I believe it will be the best way to get this projectile, because I can get the weapon which was just fired, the last fired weapon. What's the best way? I need to set a boolean somewhere. So I think I can just set a boolean in the weapon class, right? Crap. There has to be a more efficient way to do this. If I pass in... What I'm trying to do is access the HUD. Wait, do I have a... I think I can get the controller. I think I already have the controller right here. I'm tripping, man. I have the controller right here. I could just pass it straight in. I don't even need the delegate. I literally have the controller right here. I could pass it into the controller. And then I could just pass it into the HUD. Jeez, I'm tripping. Oh, man. Crap. Well, you live and you learn. So we have the controller. We're gonna use let's convert this. Hold on, let me get my controller class. Which should be right here. Right? And we're gonna say call this instigator controller, and this is gonna be initialized with a cast to my controller type, and what's being casted is this, right? And let's see if I included the controller. I didn't. So let's include the controller. Projectile bullet. And I'm gonna access this controller down here. And Let's create a function within the controller class. Let's see. Call it a void. Animation entertainment controller, and we're gonna call this set headshot confirmed kill icon. It's gonna take a const boolean reference. It's gonna be called b was confirmed kill a headshot, right? And we can fully qualify this function by declaring it. Right here. And okay, so now we can call this a projectile bullet class, passing in this. And we pass in this to the controller class. So we're passing it here. And we check if HUD is valid. And if the HUD is valid, we can access HUD. And we'll create a function with the same name inside the HUD class. And we'll pass this into the HUD. So we can just copy this. And let's go to the HUD. This is the HUD. And I want to update it. I'll put it right under it. Right here. And I fully qualify this in the HUD by declaring it. Virtual void. And then I'll copy this again. And I'll go to the animation and firefight HUD. Right, because we need to override it. So right here. Okay, and then we're going to copy this. Wait, first before we do that, let's copy this. Now we can copy this over onto firefight HUD. And it's called super. Called a super version of it, right? And let's make sure we declared it so it's fully qualified. So after we call a super version of it, what I want to do think I want this to be, now we're here. We're already on this part. We're like right next to how to access this. We need to get access to this right here. And this is called kill icon. And this is an image. So I think I'll just set the visibility, right? So let's look. We're getting here, and then we're going to, let's see what we're doing here. This updates the name and everything. Sets the timer and the name of the character you kill, right? So we need to call this. This needs to call a function. You know what? I'm gonna make this its own widget, because this whole thing is being spawned up here, right? Oh, that's easy. I can wait, actually I don't know, hold on. If I call this, this needs to, this passes a boolean. Okay, I know what I'll do. I'll create a boolean within this class. Let's see. Let's create a boolean, and we'll call this Firefight HUD. And we'll just give it the same name, right? And I call this B show confirmed kill. B show confirmed kill as a headshot. B show confirmed kill as a headshot, as a headshot. Yep. And then right here, I'll set this variable to equal what I'm passing in here. So every time we hit somebody, this will constantly be updated, right? And then over here, I could use this right here. And this will only be called when we get an actual kill, right? So when we actually get a kill, we can set this right here. We can call this and we can access, we need a variable. Let's go right here. So this is the widget, right? So let's create a variable for this right here. And this is a kill icon, which I believe is a texture 2D. Yep. So kill underscore icon. Let's create a new variable. And a U texture 2D pointer. And let's just copy this. And this is going to be called kill icon, because it has to have the same name as the variable that you're using, right? And then we can create a getter for it that returns a uTexture 2D, and it can be called get kill icon, and it's going to return kill icon, right? On the HUD, we can say get kill icon, right? And and pass in. Hopefully it has, I pray it has this function to set the visibility. Set. Dang it. Let me see. Set. How do you set the visibility? Can I set the visibility? I was hoping. Oh, maybe I could set the alpha. Set alpha. So I have access to it. Now I just need to. Okay, let's see what functions they have. Adjust brightness. Adjustment skills. So this is one that I might be able to use. Oh, here it is. Alpha. Oh, so there's two alpha. Let's see. See what else is available for me to use. Let's see. I'm trying to. Is there anything to set the visibility? I don't think I see anything. Might have to use the alpha. These are getters. I don't need to get anything. I need to set. Here's one. More. Nope. These return booleans. Okay, so wait a minute, I can set, hold on. I can set the image. I can set the image. So if it's a, so hold on, I'll say set brush. What is it? Set brush. What's the function, man? I need to look at, I need to see what I called it. Let's see, weapon icon. Let's see what the function is. Set brush from texture. And this returns a U image. Okay, so that's why I messed up. It's a U image. Let's see, where is that class? It's not a U texture 2D, it's a U image. Here it is. U image. And I need to actually include that right there before I declare it. Now over here, let's see if U images have anything for visibility. Let me see. Set. Look at that. Set visibility. My goodness. And I can just pass this in right here. Right. And that's it. And this will be constantly updated every time we apply damage. Wait a minute. What is it asking for? E-slate visibility, invisibility. What is that? Is that like a enum? Okay. So I need to set this I need to create a local. Create a const eSleep visibility, and this will be called show kill icon enumeration value, and this will be initialized with this is true. If so, this will be initialized with visible. Otherwise, it will be initialized with hidden. Right. And right here, we'll pass this in. Okay. And let me just space this apart a bit. Okay, and that's it. Well, that deals with projectile weapons, so let's test it out. Okay. Moment of truth. Let's play from right here. So I'm gonna kill first without headshot. Nice. It didn't pop up. But kill with a headshot. Heck yeah. That's so badass, man. Heck yeah. Sorry, father. Excuse my language. Yes. Let's try with a different weapon. Let's try with assault rifles. Okay. Nice. Nice. Very cool. Very cool. And I could put a note right here. Say this function is called from the projectile. This function is called when damage is applied. This function is called when let me see. Copy this. This function is called when any type of damage is applied. For example, when a projectile bullet uses. Okay, so now just if I ever have to look back to what I'm doing here, just do it right here. Okay. Alright, so now I need to handle calling this. Hold on, I think I only tried with the server. Let me try with clients. That's a server, this is a client. Headshot. Okay, it didn't work with the headshot. Okay, so it doesn't work with clients. Right, it only works with the server. This is the server. And let's see why it's not working with the clients. So I'm setting it locally. Right. This is called from a client RPC. The only thing I can think about is replicating this value on the server. Right. And to do that, I'm gonna have to create a server RPC. So let's do that real quick. And this will be called server. And you can delete this. Delete this. I can call this in here. Okay. Let's go ahead and declare this. Fully qualify this function by let's see. Let's create another region. And this is going to be a void. Course server is reliable. And I also need a get lifetime replicated props. So let's go ahead and get that from right here. Right, and actually I think I want, actually I know I want the controller to handle the replication. So I'll paste this in here. And I'm gonna cut this. Go to the controller class. Paste it here. cut this. Go to the controller class. Paste it in here. And what we can do, let's call this up here. Passing this in. And here in the server, we'll change this. We need this variable. To exist on in this class. So let's copy, we'll cut this, go to the controller, create another region. And this is going to be replicated. And now we need a, we have it, but I need to get the definition because I don't want to copy it. I don't want to rewrite it. So let's go to right here and we can just copy this. And then go back to the controller class. And define it right here. And of course, let's put a condition. And this condition will be owner only. Right, only the owner needs to know about this replication. Right, so we're changing it on the server. It's only going to replicate to the owner. And then we're going to call this on the HUD. And this should actually, hold on, set headshot, confirmed kill. Let me think of how I'm doing this. So this takes a boolean as well, right? The same boolean that we just, this boolean. Need to pass this boolean in. So passing it to the server. Server's changing it locally. We're changing it on the server and then it's replicating back to us. And then we're passing this in because it's replicated. The server knows about it. Now in the firefight HUD, calling this function. Already updated it on the server. So here we can Let's actually keep this right here. We say this equals this. Yeah, let's see if this works. Controller 42. All right, I forgot to include the. Let me get it real quick. I forgot to include the include right here. Okay, of course it crashes because I did some changes to the header file, so I'm gonna try this out. Hopefully it works. If it doesn't work, I'm just gonna undo all that stuff and call it until I figure out how to pass this in to the game mode when it's a headshot. Okay, let's see if this works. You know it works on the server, but it should work on clients as well. I'm just not sure if this will replicate fast enough, you know, to the client, because C++ is very fast, so this will be getting called every time a bullet makes contact, so it might not work because it may be too fast, right? But moment of truth. Let's grab a client and okay, so it's not working. Okay, it's not working on the clients. So I'm just gonna undo all that because we're calling this here. Server set headshot confirm kill icon, and then we're saying on the server this equals what we pass in, and this is replicated, so when this changes on the server, it's gonna change on the only client only, and then we're passing it in here. And then in the HUD, we're receiving it, right? And setting this value locally. And then we're going up here and we're checking to see if this value that we set locally, which we got from the server, is true. So one last thing I can check, I can try is to do a multicast RPC, which is kind of OP, but just want to see if it'll work. This can be called multicast. Right. So even if this works, I'm not gonna implement it because it's kind of like just a waste. I know there's a more efficient way to do this. I just want to see if it's gonna work. Okay, so we're doing it multicast. Or maybe I should call it client RPC. That's the best way to do it. So this is a server RPC. Let me call it client RPC. So the server, we'll call the client RPC. That seems like a better implementation. Right. So the authoritative character on the server will communicate with its respective client. And this will be set on the respective client. And then we're passing it in here. So let's try that. Did I miss something? Let's get rid of this because we're not replicating it anymore. And actually we can because we're calling server, right? And then we can just call this here. I think. Yeah. We can call this here, passing this in. And then in the HUD, we can do this. Right. Okay, let's see what kind of error I'm getting now. What is it telling me? Let me comment these out. I'm getting a linker error. Where's the linker error? Let me take this out. Not replicating anymore. And see. Alright, that was a problem. So let's go ahead and okay, moment of truth. Nice. Wait, this is, oh, this is a client. Alright, so it works. Nice. Alright, I'm gonna leave this implementation because the client RPC is, it's okay. And we can test it out again. So it works, and we could try it with a server. And it still works. Very cool. That's another bug I gotta fix. So like when I'm running, if I'm running and I'm aiming and I unequip my gun and I equip my gun again, it goes back to aiming and I'm not pressing the aim button. So let me write that down. When running and aiming, if weapon is weapon is holstered while aim button is held down, when a weapon is equipped again, the field of view does not reset to not aiming settings. Okay, so I think I'm gonna call it right there, because that was a pretty nice stream. I implemented headshots and updated this wait a minute. Instead of calling it right here, I should just call server, right? So let's go to projectiles. And actually, I have to implement it on all the other weapon types. I mean, all the other damages, instances of damages, right? Let me copy that. Instances of when damage is applied. Let's go back to the controller. I'm actually going to delete this. We're just gonna call this directly. Right. And let's go to the HUD and update this as well. And let's go ahead and update the other weapons that are using that should be able to calculate headshots. So bullets done. Projectile bullet. Next we needed to get it on the raycast weapon. Right. So let's go to yikes. This is this is gonna take some. I'm still gonna call it, but I don't want to call it infinite times, right? Especially if you're using a shotgun. So I don't think I have access to the controller up here. Right? So where am I gonna call it here? I calculate damage. This is where I apply damage. So when I get the controller here. Okay, this is where. See, I could do it down here easily. Yikes. Okay, so I'm actually not gonna keep that implementation. I need to think about it a bit more. So let's go ahead and delete all this. Okay. Let me just go ahead and undo all of this. Right. And last but not least, And that should do it. So implemented shotguns today. I'm sorry, headshots today. And we partially, we can't even count that because I just undid everything. Oh yeah, let me change this back or I forget. And we can actually go ahead and compile this, make sure we get a successful compile. Yeah. And that's it. We got a successful compile, and let's see. So the headshot icon should be back on the screen. Yep. Actually, let me shoot somebody not on the head. Yep. I really don't have to implement that. I do want it, but it's not a big deal. If I can't think of a way to implement it, then it is what it is. Alright, well, I'm gonna call it right there. I think it was a pretty successful stream. So that actually, let me go ahead and before I exit out, I want to go to my weapon attributes component and update the default damage to apply. So that's under combat. We just close all these to make it more tidy. Components, weapon attributes component, and we're gonna go to variables. Headshot damage to inflict. I'll set the value by default to 40, and non-headshot damage will be 20. Right. So that's just default values. And with that, I can close out. But hold on, let me just. I do want to keep everything organized, so I'm gonna close everything out. And there we go. And we're good to go. Let's rebuild this, and that's it for this stream. Hopefully you guys can take something away from this when you watch it. So Only got headshots today, but I think that's a pretty nice accomplishment. There's only a few more things I need to work on now before I can start working on the bugs. And you know, once the bugs are being worked on, it's pretty much playtesting time. So yeah. Alright guys, peace out. Drink plenty of water. Get plenty of rest. And don't forget, all the praise and glory be to the Father God, Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. Amen.